Hello, hello, everybody. How are you doing today? Happy New Year. Where's my camera? Oh, I turned it off. There we go. Happy New Year. How's everybody doing? Happy Monday too. Hello, Albert. How are you? How was your New Year? I got a snack for Zilby. Which is dehydrated rabbit ears. So he should love this. So this is his New Year's gift. It came with a bunch of them. So hopefully he'll like it. We'll see whether or not he sticks around for it. Zilby, did he just leave while I was opening it? Ah, of course he did. Zilby. He went into the other room and started meowing for me to come in. Hello, hello, how are you doing? Happy New Year. All right, well, this will stay in the thing, and I will leave that over on his. There's a treat right now down there on top of his little bed next to me. So when he comes back, we'll give that to him. Anyways, it is good to be back. It was a nice little break, but it's always nice to be back hanging out with all of you. Also, today marks the first day, kind of, because it is a national holiday. So maybe not truly first day, but so today is sort of like what would normally be an off day for my day job. But I can't really call it my day job anymore because it's now kind of 1 day a week. Unless, of course, there's an emergency. Then we become a pair programming stream. No, a co-working stream. That's what it is, a co-working stream. Unless you all want to help fix all my day job problems. Is it bad again? Of course it's bad again. Hold on. All right, how about that? I didn't unplug it, but I did notice that the gain was turned all the way up. So that would do it. Totally easy. Hello. How are you doing today? Yeah, the gain was all the way up on the mic because I recorded a podcast episode with an ex-coworker and Friday evening and then completely forgot about that until now, apparently. Let's see. Your own Git sounds adventurous. Yeah, it is. It's a really interesting project, and so far we found a lot. We found out a lot about like how Git is working, and it's a lot simpler than I initially thought behind the scenes. But that doesn't mean that it's like necessarily like super easy to do. Happy New Year! Hello, Albert. So let's reacquaint ourselves with what's going on here. So we're currently on reading a tree object. So that means that we should be able to run this command with our app. So basically cargo run ls tree, and it should be able to open up the hash that the SHA sum that we canned it. You won't be able to join right now, but you may rejoin. Well, if you don't, either way, thanks for stopping by and saying hi. And if we don't see you later on, then have a great rest of your New Year's. So yes, then we just want a list of the names, right? So we want like file 1, directory 1. And so if I remember correctly, the way that this works is we're supposed to be able to get ls tree. So this is like the actual real Git one, and it hands us something like this. This is what we want out of it. Now, of course, if we do ours, we get this panicked out of bounds. Oh no, Yeah, we get out of bounds because we're trying to do some tricky stuff to like figure out where in the next chunks like things are, and that's not really working the way we wanted it to. So I think what we have to do is we have to sort of like restart some of this code and just sort of like explore what's going on inside of it. And what I'm thinking we may have to do is like literally just look at the characters coming out. And I think that we can do that by just reading each byte, right? We can just get bytes out of this. So let's refamiliarize ourselves with what's going on here. So we have okay, so we have our ls tree. Now we're getting that option of the name only, and I'm completely ignoring it right now because the command that they're running. So we're doing this with this is partnered with CodeCrafters, and so they gave me free access to all of CodeCrafters, and the Git challenge is what I chose, and that hash. Okay, so args. So what they're doing is they run my command, and they hand it what it's supposed to be, but I don't think they really like. I don't think they try something without the name only. They're just having us recreate the name only, so I'm just sort of ignoring that. Okay, so we get what the hash is. That's this SHA sum. So that would be. Oh, I also completely forgot to hand it the hash, didn't I? So that would be this thing right here. So we want that. So then what I want to do is I need to go and find the directory. So the directory is in .git/objects, and then there's a directory for E. So we get the directory name, we get the directory file name, which is gonna be the rest of it. So that would be like 781 all the way through this. We open up the file, and it's compressed. So then we read the file, and then we decompress the file. And then I think everything out after here is sort of like questionable. So I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna delete this, and we're gonna I did not delete it, did I? Decompress. I want there. That's deleted. Pygmy, please. Hello. How are you doing today? A happy new year. The man, the myth, the legend is back. Well, I hope I can live up to some of those at least. Okay, so we have bytes. Okay, so let's I guess like loop through the bytes, and I want to just see what happens until we crash. So let's convert them into characters and then print them out, and we'll see what we got. So let's do 4 byte in bytes. Let's convert it to a character and then debug it out. So let my character it's going to be equal to. Now I don't think I can do as byte like as character, right? There was like the standard. Is it standard stir? From UTF-8. Oh, and then a U8. Okay, so from UTF-8, we hand it. Oh, can I hand it just like the byte? I think I have to do like that. I just want one thing at a time. Now we can unwrap, and then I want this to, so it's going to crash in the first instance of it not being the right thing, and that's okay for right now. And then let's just go ahead and debug the character. Okay, and then this. Your temporary drop value. Oh, okay. So I have to. I can get an iter. So I don't own it. Let's, I guess, like shadow the byte. Something like that. Expected a reference U8. Oh, okay, so fine. I'll take ownership of it. It'll be fine. We're not doing anything with it anyways. Okay, so there you go. No errors, no warnings. You should be good to go. So if I attempt to run this, so first of all, I still have the hash there. Okay, perfect. So I want to do a cargo run, name only, get the hash. No such file or directory. Okay, well, apparently that hash doesn't exist. So what is it? Git ls tree. It certainly thinks that, oh, name only, is this? That's a very weird, is that? That's much better. Okay, cool. So, all right, so we get tree. So we know we have that, the header, right? So it's the tree 338, that's the length. And then we have that null, which is the \0. And then we have the mode of the first file, which is 100644. And then we see this git attributes null and then u17. And then a J and an E. This one does not have a J and an E in it. And then it panics. Okay. Finwo, welcome with a rating with a party of 7. Welcome. Finwo, how are you doing today? Happy New Year, and how was your stream? What are you working on?
File 100%.
Let's see. It looks like you were. Of course, it doesn't tell me. Coding time, holiday chillings, socials, Discord. Stream was a little bit less progress than you're hoping for, but that's always the case. It does feel like that happens a lot, doesn't it? What are you working on today? Your stream title doesn't really say much about it. Let's see if I jump in. I see. Let's see. What does it look like? Node modules. Okay, so some kind of like node overlay stuff. Some kind of like web development things. That looks pretty cool. Working on your stream companion project against basically locally hosted overlays and stuff. Nice. Yeah, it's more of like the title, right? Like from the title, I couldn't tell what the project is. But like, yeah, it's I don't know if it like how important it really is. Sometimes like I think it's important, but and like sometimes I feel like the title that I give attracts more people to come in, and sometimes I'm not sure. I don't know. It might be the time of day. I go back and forth on that. Oh, you chose to raid based on the title, so at least somewhat. Okay, well then there we go. That at least 7 people, or at least one person with 7 people in the train. I don't know. Anyways, thank you for raiding again. What we're working on, you saw in the title, we're creating our own Git client. We're doing this in Rust, and we're following along a challenge from CodeCrafters. And so full what is it? The full disclosure, CodeCrafters did reach out to me, and they did give me they gave me free access to the site. That's why I have a little VIP here in the top right. And so this is a partnered stream, because I do have a link down in the YouTube description, and then also I have a command here in Twitch that if you are interested in this and you like what you see at this, then this link would basically give me some what is it? It's like support. You would support me if you were to purchase. So this is CodeCrafters. There you go. Anyways, what we're working on right now is this git lstree command. So we're trying to open up this file that's compressed. We decompress it, and then we're printing out each character. And this is what we see before we have a character that's not a UTF-8 character, which is super interesting that this J and E are in there, because that's not what we're working on. Now we have this U. What is U17? Is that like how big it is? Is there something that tells us like what U17 is? Not the World Cup, probably. What? A binary checksum? Maybe. Also, Mizzard, hello. How are you doing today? Let's see. U17. This would be a... Oh, okay. Let's try that. U... End of transmission block character. That doesn't seem right. That's device control -1 as it overlaps ASCII. Oh, and the U codes are decimal, not hex. Right. Oh, yeah. What is 7? So 17 hex to decimal. 23. So let's try U. The number sign. Okay. So we get header. So like what it is, it's a tree object. We get the size, 338 bytes. We have a null ref, so we know that that's like sort of, then we're beginning with a thing. So we have 100, so we have the mode. 1 is showing us that it's the name of a file. And then it's git attributes. Or it might be a directory, I'm not sure. Either like it's 1 and 4, I think, are the different choices that it begins with. Oh, the U plus XXXX is hex. Okay, so it was the first one. Interesting. So then we have, okay, so get attributes 17. So is this trying to say like it's the end of this thing then? It's the end of transaction block, but 0x11 decimal 17 is device control 1. Neither would make sense within a string outside. of numbers or checksums. Oh, but this is a checks. No, this is not a checksum. It is not a checksum. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, so let's now go through this, and instead of unwrapping, let's try wait, no, this is a result. Okay, so let's just continue. We'll get the character and then we'll debug this. Okay, so now we're going to handle this error and we're just going to say, hey, just go, keep on going on. We'll get the byte. Now let's try this again. Oh, I guess like you can barely see that too. Let me full screen this run. Okay, so here's what we got. So we start with our tree, 338. Okay, so we go through get attributes. We have that null. We have the U17. Jerk. UB. K, and then, oh, a pound. Okay, so then a pound. And then we start again. Okay. So get ignore. Okay, so that's another file. Null. Bunch of random stuff. And then an at symbol this time. And then that's our cargo lock. And then a bunch of stuff. Oh, wait a second. It's not okay. Then this is a U19, so this is just like a bunch of things. Finwo, thank you again for the raid and have a great dinner. Okay, so like the other one, it was like a hash. Then, so like sometimes it's something within the UTF-8 and sometimes it's not. How many invalid character bytes are you skipping? Yeah, let's take a look at that. So we have, after the first one, so get attributes, we have, I guess like, so it ends with a null. So we know we can go safely from null to null when we know it's within this thing. But then it's like not safe necessarily. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 there. And then we get ignore, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then it's 9. Okay, then we have our cargo lock. And then that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then it's 10 again. Will, hello. How are you doing today? I wonder if it's trying to tell us how many skipped. No, it's not how many skip bytes because, well, if it was like an A or something, then that would be 10, right? And an A is 10. I'm doing pretty good, thank you. We're having a good Happy New Year. I allowed myself to sleep in a little bit this morning. Had a nice breakfast, and then starting to do some stream and hang out with all of you. Any byte above 0x80 would be an invalid UTF-8 character. Yeah, so I think the fact that these are valid UTF-8 characters are just happenstance. It just happens to be printed out here. but we don't. It's a little bit rough. Okay, so what if we go? What if I try? Can I print out? I can print out just the hex, right? I forget how to do that. Because okay, so we get this character. Now I'm attempting to from byte. Can I debug the actual just byte? Is there, how do I convert it into an hex? Or is that good enough? Oh, let's try it. Okay, so we have our tree. We're doing the byte beforehand, right? So it's 480, 480. Okay, I can print line byte x2. Okay, let's try that. That'll be a little bit better. So you're doing a print line so byte x2, and at the byte, you are not okay. What did I screw up with this? Because this opening brace, invalid format. Oh, found 2. It doesn't like the x2. I should not be calling this byte. I should absolutely not be calling this byte. This is probably screwing up because it's a type. Byte is also a type. Let's just call this B for right now. Oh, wait. You were doing... Oh, byte x2 is the name of it, right? So like x2 like that, and then I could do that. It still doesn't like this 2. Put that above the let byte. Oh, okay, so hold on. I get it. We have, oh, because it needs to be just the U8. Okay, so I have a U8 and I X2 that. Still doesn't like this though. So I don't think it likes the well, it's specifically this 2 it doesn't like. The X it says it's okay. 0 to X, let's try it. Oh, it doesn't hate that. Let's try that. Okay. That's a good start. So we have our byte. Let's make this a little bit nicer. So let's do we use the print macro. So there's no new line. We'll add 1 equals that. we'll print line. And then we'll print the character out, and then that should be okay. Oh, but then this won't. If this doesn't happen, no new line happens. So okay, if we get this one, let's also print line. I'll just print line nothing. Okay, so now we can see our hex on the left. So 3338 10644 get attributes. Okay, so then we have this 00, then 17. Neither of those are 10, right? 10 would be A, right? 0A? Or am I doing my my hex wrong? Yeah, that's just A. You think it's 20 bytes? You think it's counting 20 bytes? So 20. Yeah, so like, but then it's like, okay, let's try it. So this ends, okay, so we have our get attributes. Oh no, the 00 is null. The 00 is null. Oh, but this one you're thinking is 20. No, this is a space. This is a space. Because this successfully gets into text. Here, let's to further show if it's which one is it doing, let's we'll add in a quote if it found it. Oh, weird. That's, yeah, okay, so 20. It found it. That's a that's just a space. So then, okay, we get down to 00 is our null. So we get, okay, so we see the 00, which is the null, and then we have 17, and then we get these other things. Oh, after the null byte, there are always 20 bytes for the hash. Okay, let's double check. Let's see. So here's our null at the end of the names. Then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And then it starts with this. Did I miscount? So get attributes. So 1, 2. Oh yeah, so this includes the 20th, okay. And then it starts over again. Yeah, so we can skip 20 then. All right, good eye, good catch. Okay, so what can we do? If we have an iterator, we can skip 20 at a time then. So let's see. I think we'll have to write our own loop essentially for it. Or I mean, or our own iterator, but I don't want to do that. Okay, so we have 4. If we figure out, okay, so we decompress, we get our bytes, and then can I just like into into iterator this from here. So now we start by going the problem is, of course, that I want to grab out, so I kind of need this to just be a normal loop because I want to be able to skip, and I can't skip it if I'm got that here. So should we just loop this? No. I mean, kind of. Okay, so then I want the next byte. So the next byte is going to be equal to bytes.next. I probably, okay, so if we don't have a next byte, then we're out of bytes, so we should probably ePrintline. What is it? There's an exit. Yeah, process exit. We'll just exit with a non-zero exit code. Why should I do that? I should just panic if I'm gonna exit anyways. Okay, so now we have the next byte. We're gonna print that out. Okay, so we can get the next byte here. I guess also if I need to print these in. I kind of want to start throwing these. Oh, I probably need to do something like count the number of like nulls and everything else like that. Okay, so we're going to print out the next byte. We have our character. Okay, so attempt to get the character from this. Otherwise, print line that, but we might want to, we're going to want to handle this in a different way. Okay, so print line the character. So this should be the same thing. And then what I want to do is after the, okay, so we're going to want to get the headers and other stuff. So this should be the exact same thing already. And then at the end, oh, okay, this will error out when we get out of bytes. Okay. Blah, hello. Happy New Year. How are you doing today? You need to be mutable, don't you? Okay. So this should be exactly the same thing until we ran out of bytes. Okay, that's fine. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to take this iterator and I want to extract out this part. Because I don't really care about you, do I? I know that it's a tree. I know it's 338. Okay, so I want to skip until 0. Do I want to skip until it, or do I want to do I just not care about it? in this, how does it work again? Yeah, so this doesn't have like the tree, so it skips the first one. So we're gonna grab the header from this, so we know. How do I want to grab the header from the actual iterator? I know it's also TREE, so that's what, 4? Ooh, plus 0, plus a space, so that's 5, plus an unknown number of things. So it's basically we just skip until we see, okay. So I want to like nulls, null count. So if I start that at 0, I want to loop through until I get to the first 0. So if it's if the next byte, no, if null count, okay, so if null count is equal to 0, so we haven't seen any at all, then we're just dropping everything. We don't care until we hit the first null. So really I want to check to see if the next byte, can I do this? If the next byte is null, then I want our null count plus equals to 1. Okay, so we do that. Mismatch types, expected a U8, found a reference. Are you a... Okay. Can't compare U8. Okay, so how about that? So we have our next byte. Okay, no count. If our no count, okay, is 0, so we haven't gotten to 1 yet, we just want to continue. If we've hit this first one, so we hit we've now gotten to this one and we've seen it, right? So I want to continue with it. Oh, be that for a single null byte. Oh, I was wondering about that. Okay, so I just to make this easier, let's put you down there. Okay, so I want to see. There we go. That's better. So okay, so if the next byte is literally just this a single null, thank you, Ms. Mizard, for that. Our null count plus 1. Okay, so then okay, we've seen the null count. If it's null, we're done, right? So we continue. I feel like I should probably, I wonder if we should match this. We're gonna have to sort of like once we figure out something with this loop, then I'll probably want to like create some functions from it. Okay, so next byte equals this. Okay, so if null count is 0, okay, so if the next byte is that, continue. If the next, okay, so I wonder if I even need to get this. If our null count is 0, so we haven't seen one at all, continue. We're good to go. Okay, so then we are now here. So we start to see this. Do I need to track that the last character was a null? I wonder if I should do a state machine, like a finite state machine for this. So we can check to say, we start with, we're in the header, and then we're in the mode. That might make a lot of sense, right? Like we're in the header, we're in the mode, we're in the file name. And then we're in the hash. I kind of like that, because then we can just go through that and say, okay, we're back to being in the mode, and then header again. And if we're in the header, we're just looking for the null to switch. And then once we've seen the null, we know that from the header we move to mode. Yeah, okay, I like that, because then we can use match. Okay, let's create this. We're gonna have an enum. This is what should this be called? This is gonna be our state machine for the bytes. The byte state machine. I don't. The tree state. Tree state, tree parser, tree parse state. Sure, why not? Well, we'll figure out something better. Okay, so we can be in the header, we can be in the mode, we can be in the file name. Okay, so header, mode, file name, and then there's the hash. I think checksum might be a little bit better, more appropriate. And then that's it. Then we just continue on and it loops through. Okay, so if we have that, how are we going to use this? We're going to say, we're going to start with header, right? So we're going to start up here before our loop. So we're going to let mute our parser. It's going to be equal to a tree parser. We're in the header. Now, okay, so we attempt to get the next byte. I want to hand the byte to the parser. Well, actually, it might be a little bit more. Do I want to hand it to the parser, or do I want to just match on the parser? So if I match on the parser, okay, so if we're in the header, we are looking for a null, and that's it. That's all we're looking for. Match parser to null count. Yeah, so we can basically say, well, we know, okay, I don't even need the null count anymore. This is completely unnecessary for me, because I can just say, we're just looking for a null. So if our next byte is equal to a b like that, then I want to, I want to set it to be the next thing. I want to set it to the next thing. I'm inside the parser. I don't think I can like parser dot it. So I probably have to return a new parser. So then this case, this is going to be a parser tree parser. Okay, so after header, we know we're going to be in the mode. So I guess like this is one of the things, like if this is what I have to do if I put the logic in here. The other thing is I can put the logic down in here and then pass in the byte, and then it can figure it out. I think you can do it on rather than before the character because they are also no ops. Which one? Like, okay, so we start with all of these, and then we're getting to this 0, this null. Oh, the null character separating the sections. We'll get there. But yes, I think you're right. So this is how we know. Okay, so this thing, my vision for this is if we're in header mode, we're searching for this, and then as soon as we get that, now we say we're now in mode. we're now in mode. Tree parser mode. So we were previously in tree parser header, now we're in tree parser mode, and we return that. And we don't do anything, right? There's nothing we do except just change what the mode we're in. If we're in the mode, I want to search for a space. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a space. So if the next byte is equal to a space, now we're in tree parser file name. If we're in tree parser file name, this is where I want to add it in. So we need to have let our file names. If we're in file name, I want to just take the current character and throw it into file name, unless it is, we can't do it blindly, right? Because we have to keep track of when we're ending. So as soon as we hit this null, we're done. So okay, so this is going to be an if the next byte is equal to a null, then we're done, and I want to return tree parser, not header. We go back. Oh, now we go into checksum. However, if we don't, then we want to increment the file names. We're gonna push. We can just push the next byte in. This is just a vector of U8. That should be fine. Okay, so that, and then we're still in tree parser file name. And then for you, if we're in, okay, we reached the end, I also want to file names push in a new line. So would this be an RN or just a new line? I don't know. We'll find out. I think that this would be a little bit nicer if I threw it into the actual tree parser for logic. I think so, because then I would be able to do a self and like self change what it is as opposed to return a new one, which feels a little bit because then what I could say is only return out if you're a file name character. That'd be interesting. Then it could be a none or a sum if it's a new character. Sassy, hello. How are you doing today? Zilby just never came back, which is sad. I'll be taking a break in a little bit of time, and then we can I can go up and grab Zilby and bring him back. Okay, so we do that. Okay, so then checksum. Checksum. It's 20 bytes, right? So if it's 20 bytes, I want to we always see this, and then the problem is that we don't know which one is here. So I just want to skip 20 and put us into mode. So we're gonna do a next byte. Can I not skip? Oh, it's not next byte. It's bytes. What? No. Bytes. Skip 20 bytes. And then return a tree parser. Now we're back into mode again. Yeah, skip an iterator returns a new iterator that skips those bytes. Ooh. Wait, it returns a new iterator? I was really hoping... Okay, so doing bytes next. I have ownership, it's mutable. I guess I could overwrite it. We could just do bytes equals. Or I could do a countdown. Oh no! Wizard, I'm sorry about that. Of course it was code. Of course it was code. Sorry about that. Twitch chat, or specifically Nightbot, doesn't understand code and thinks that is a link. So sorry about that. Okay, but this is what Mizard was sharing. So it's for. Oh, that's a good idea. We just do a little loop in here. Oh, I like it. Okay. Come over here. I was doing the like alt left arrow to try to like move over to this window, which is Zelage commands. Like, no, that's not how it's gonna work. Okay, so let's do a 4 in 20. So we just want to skip it, right? So then we're just going to bytes that next. We just don't care about you. We just call next 20 times. Wait, is there a next end? No. Okay, if there was like a next end where I can just like skip through that way. Yeah, there would be. It would be interesting if there was an in-place skip. Like, it would be amazing if I could do something like skip that doesn't create, like skip in place. Which I don't understand why that feels like that should exist. I wonder if it's like something in Nightly. Or if it's people are like yelling about it online. I don't really keep up to date with the rest of stuff. But this one-liner is great. Yeah, this is pretty good. This will work. You know what? It would be really interesting. I bet the compiler in production mode will, or release mode will optimize this into something much nicer. This makes it really easy to see what it is though. Okay, so tree parser mode. Okay, so then we returned. Now we're in mode. Now we're in mode. And then, okay, so then I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I don't care about any of you anymore. We're just going through and this is now grabbing and putting it. Okay, so I don't want to panic anymore. Now let's just print line. We round out of bytes and let's break. The range. Yes. It should be yelling at me though, right? It is yelling at me. Okay, what are you upset about? You're upset because if may be missing an else class. Oh yeah, so if you're a byte, you're tree parser mode. Otherwise, you are tree parser header. And you are else, you are tree parser mode. Okay, let's see if this works. So we're gonna get down to here, and at this point, I want to just print out the. I just want to print out the lines, the vectors. So let's see. We can debug. There was a way to do this, right? Where we can just like take the entire vector and convert it into a string. I could map it into their characters. Let's, I guess, debug the, let's just debug it. Let's, no need to like do anything crazy with it. Let's just debug this. Let's see what we get. That was the actual git command. Okay. So we have a bunch of stuff in file names. That's good. Now I want to take the file names and convert them into characters and then combine them in together. Except I also added in the new lines, didn't I? That's not great. There might be more of what I want to do, where I want to. We could also, oh, this would be super interesting. I could use this pattern. Ooh, I could use this pattern in the rest of this. Okay. Hold on. I think we can do more. We could pack it into a struct. Yes, I could put it into like this tree object type thing. I'm not really sure I need to. Because I think just the list of file names might be all we need from this. So here for like, okay, so if the next byte is that, then we return that we're in mode. Otherwise, so what if I change each of these to now do like a while let sum the next byte I don't even want this at all. I don't even want this at all. We just, okay, we're in a loop and we're going through and we say, okay, hey, we're in header mode. Okay, so let's get the next byte here. While we're in next byte, if the next byte is a null character, then I want to return out that we're in tree parser mode and we break. We break out of this loop. That doesn't seem, well, is that right? Otherwise, we don't return anything at all. And we're good to go. And now we just write 4 sequential while loops. Mismatch types, expected a tree parser. Oh, I have to do the outside. Oh, shoot. That's, okay, hold on. That's the problem with this, is that I have to break out of the loop. Let's see. Do I want it just a loop? Hold on, let me put this back. Do I want this just to be a loop? Just to make it a little bit easier. Because I need to be able to get this byte out. Oh, label loop and break loop. Oh. Yeah, I don't think I've used labels before. Like not seriously. I think we looked into them a while back and then I just never have used them. Can I do that with while loops too? Wait, is that even a point of doing that with a while loop? Any loop, okay. I'm trying to think, do I put, how do I put the loop in here? So like, okay, we're in header mode. If we're in, okay, so I think we're going to have to put this logic down here in the tree parser. And then what I could do is I could run the tree parser in a loop and it gets each file name out each time I run through it. Until the end. So in this loop, I do like parser.run and then hand it the bytes iter, a reference to the bytes iter, so it doesn't take ownership of it. A mutable reference to the bytes iter. And then it will return either a none or a sum with a file name in it. Yeah, a step. Yeah, we can call it step. Okay, so if we come back down here, we'll just do a impl tree parser. We're gonna do pub function step. We'll take mutable reference to self, and we'll take in the bytes iterator, which is going to be a mute bytes of that, right? Wait, no, I can pass it the actual iterator. That is the into iter. Is that what I want? Or do I want... I can hand it the... Oh, into iterator is a private type? Oh, okay. So then let's just hand it the bytes. Okay, so you get a mutable reference to the bytes like that. Which is fine. Okay. Do I need a mutable reference to the bytes? Probably not, right? We're going to turn an option with a string. So we'll start with a to-do while we're building this out. So all right, back to what you are, so that everything is happy. I do a loop. I don't do this next bytes. I just want to do let some, I guess, like this will be the file name. Did that pull something in? Yeah. So our parser step, we hand it. We hand it the bytes. If we've got nothing, that doesn't mean anything, right? Okay, yeah. So this doesn't mean anything if we're it's either a sum because we got to the end of we got a file name out and we got it. So okay, so we get this. Now we can just do file names. I'm gonna push a file name. Wait, no, that's wrong. Nope, that's wrong. That's better. Okay, so parser step. Okay, so why are you upset? Mismatch types expected to reference U8, found a reference to a vec into iterator. Oh, because I just want that. Okay, so else. If we don't have anything here, I don't really care, do I? So okay, so then we push our... Oh, except I do care. Oh, wait. In here, we're gonna check. So if matches if matches, okay, so it's me first ones, that will be the parser, and then the second thing is going to be the tree parser. I need it done. So if you're done, okay, so if matches parser and tree parser done, then we're going to break. What was this again? I know we're in that one loop, so I don't think there's a problem here, but let's just do it anyways. It was label colon loop. Okay, so this will be the like loop. This will be parse file names is the name of the loop, and I want to break parse file names. Okay, so that. Okay, so else goes down there. So if matches. Oh, because like if it doesn't match, I want to continue. Else, continue. Oh, cannot find value. Oh, use the. Oh, it's a like that. That's how we do the thing. Okay, so can I also continue? There we go. That's really cool. Yeah, I didn't notice you had the single quote thing. Hold up, shouldn't this be a regex problem? I mean, okay, yeah, we could do regex with it. But we're not. All right, so that's okay, so if matches, break, continue, parse file names. Okay, so at this point in time, we have the file names, so we're gonna file names push file name. Okay. Okay, so then there we go. Now you get all of you. I don't want you to do anything. I want you to go away, and then we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this all over again, but it's gonna be easy. It's gonna be great. Nothing can possibly go wrong. Yes, man. Hello. How are you doing today? You should do a new playlist for the updated Rust book. I mean, I probably should, but going through the book is like takes so much time, and so I usually I don't think I would do it in the same way. I'll add it to my list of things to look into though, is maybe a summary or something. Or at the very least, I'll add it to my list of new Rust book playlist. So that way I'll consider how I want to do that. Let's see. Parse with nom might be better than with regex. I have never used nom. Yeah, let me add in. Check out nom. Check out nom crate. Unicode segmentation. This crate provides grapheme cluster, word, and sentence boundaries according to Unicode standard annex number 29. Oh, interesting. Yeah, but you seeing the manual implementation? Yeah, so if for example this was done in a coding interview, I would assume that the interviewer would say, okay, great, that's a good idea to use nom. Can you show me what you do if you didn't have access to nom? That's how you would get around it as the interviewer. If the interviewee was like, hey, I'll just use nom, you're like, great, that's really good that you know that. Can you please now also show me that you know how to code? That's sort of what you do. Oh, Chris Biscardi have good videos in nom. Nice. Usually when I go through this type of stuff, we just explore and jump into it though. So we'll I try not to watch other creators' videos on the same thing I'm gonna do before I do it, so I don't accidentally steal a bunch of their stuff. That's what I'm trying to do. It is seeing the different crate options that people share though. And it's good to know that they all exist. And let's see, you're doing great. Excellent. Oh, and 2024 is coming out soonish. Yeah, I haven't heard about a new book version coming out with it, but I'm assuming that one will. John 595, hello. How are you doing today? What terminal is this? This is the Alacrity terminal. It's a slightly older version. I haven't upgraded to the brand new version that just dropped, but it is I like it. It's a very simple terminal. It's and then inside of it I have Zellage. So this part is Zellage, and then this part down here is Zellage, and then I get my windows. So technically this is what everything is looking like. I have my left window with code, and then I have my terminal over here, and I can switch back and forth between them. And then I'm full screening that, and then I can still switch back and forth. So I have Alacrity as terminal, Zellage is the window manager, and then Helix is the code editor. Interview question. For your interview question, please code a calendar app from scratch without using any tight date time libraries. I mean, and then the counter. So if you're ever in an interview and somebody does something like that, the counter is like, okay, I'll do that. Do we have to do that kind of thing in like, you know, normally? And then if they say, oh, actually, yes, we have a custom calendar, and it's an ancient code base that we can't, you know, really touch, and we're reliant only on the JavaScript date module from 10 years ago. And that's when you just like, that's when you run. Okay, we're looping through you. File name's push. Okay, so now we're going to implement step and have it do what we want to do. Do you foresee the regular need to reverse a linked list? Yeah, that's what I used to teach our students, is like, answer the question and do all that stuff, but then ask them, do you need to do this on a regular basis? Because sometimes you'll like, there's so many times people are like, oh, they're asking us the stuff that's completely irrelevant. And sometimes it's very relevant, and that's a sign you don't want to be there. There's a pot of gold at the end. It's like, so we need an expert, like an absolute expert in our field, just to make a calendar app, because we don't know how to do calendars, and we're not going to use one off the shelf. And I can tell you right now, having worked at a company that had 3 calendars are the worst. No, try not to get into the business of writing calendars. They suck. And users do not care. I'm getting tons of text messages for New Year's Day. You're interviewing at Microsoft for the Exchange calendar component. I mean, that's probably the only one that people do use, right? Or Google or so those calendars people actually use, but like it's calendars like go into like any like web app or whatever, and they have like a calendar like and then it's just like, why did you make a calendar? And they're like, okay, we're gonna add another calendar, and so the next thing you know, you have 3 calendars in your application, and you've built 3 of them. It's like, oh god, no, stop, please stop. Okay, so step bytes. I'm going to go into focus mode, so I stop getting all those notifications. All right, so we step. Okay, so we have our bytes. I want to okay, so now we want to like basically do our loop. So we want to let's just start with a loop, and we want to get the next byte. So let our let byte equals bytes.next. I first need to get interesting. Okay, so I need an iterator from this. So wait, this actually isn't quite so easy. Hold on. If I could hand it the iterator, that would be better. I think I can. Can't I? Like I can do some kind of iterator for this. And hand it an iterator? Surely I could. What if there's some self-hosted? Oh yeah, there's several. There's several. After the business asked us to implement it for like the 20th time, we went searching for open source calendars, and there's tons. There's several, and they're good. They're certainly a lot better than I can do by myself in like only 3 months. Okay, so we got you. So if I, instead of handing you the bytes, let's go back into, we have an iter. If I give you an iter mute, you've been finding it exciting to realize how good Rust is at gluing open source projects together. Any like in my experience, any language that has a really good community that's interested in that kind of thing ends up getting it, which is always really nice. Okay, so it's you I want. So now our bytes, can I have this be an iter mute? I can have this be an iterator. Oh, wait, can I have this do anything in impls? So it's like impl, iter mute, iterator. So would this be a mutable reference to something that impls iterator? Okay. And so now I want to get the next. So let's do our loop. Let's let our next byte equals to bytes next. Is there any way I can tell you what you are? Can I do something like item equals? So you're an option. Okay, so we can just do a let some how do I get hair in my mouth? I have no idea. Oh, that's Zilby hair. That's what it is. Okay, so next byte. Hello. How are you doing today? I wish that YouTube for the live chat had a method for me to translate live. Like there's no reason they should not have that, right? They have that on comments. But yeah, hello. How are you doing today? Okay, so we have our next byte. So that's obviously a byte, but then I need to tell. Can I tell you what you are? So you're going to be a I just want you to be a U8. This pattern has two fields. with the corresponding tuple struct as one. Oh, is it tuple? Wait a second, what? The next byte should be that thing. Okay, so next byte, I wanted to do like that, which is a U8. Oh, wait. Is it something like this where it's like, this pattern has 2 fields, but the corresponding tuple struct has 1 field. Okay, so hold on. That's not what I want. It would be really cool if I could set what the type is for this iterator coming in. I'm not sure exactly how to do that. But okay, so if we get out of here, I want to do an early return and return a none. So I want to loop through and want to do this entire thing over here, right? So I want to say tree parser. Okay, so we basically get the next byte, and then we check to see if you're a. Oh, we're gonna have to match on self to see what we are. So okay, so we'll also do a match on self. So if we're a self header, then I want to loop through until we have the first null. So loop through until we have a null. So we're gonna loop. We're gonna get a byte. If we get none here, that's a huge problem. So we should return none and possibly even panic at this point in time. Because we absolutely should not return. Okay, let's panic. So we're going to panic and we're going to say unable to get next byte in header. Okay. Now I have the next byte, which is going to be an item, which it doesn't know what this item is, which is unfortunate. I need to... Is there documentation on how to use this? Oh, can I do something like that? So I think I can do the thing where I set the item, right? Can I do that here where I say item is going to be equal to a U8? Missing match. Okay, so missing all the match arms. Let's fill those. It's not yelling about other stuff yet. It's just yelling about this right now. That's okay. Okay, so we get to the next byte. Oh yeah, and we're getting type hints now. Okay, so we get our next byte, which is this U8. Which this might be a reference to a U8. I'm not trying to take ownership of it. Okay, so then, okay, so panic. Otherwise, we get to this point, so we have the next byte. I want to check to see if this next byte, okay, so if next byte is equal to null, if it's equal to null, then I want to do self oh right, I do this. I dereference self equals self. We're now in mode, and we're gonna break. We're gonna return a none, which breaks out of the loop. Okay. Unknown. Okay, so when we're trying to pass in, I want the iter mute. Okay, expected a mute of unknown, found an iter mute. Expected an unknown. Okay, so can I tell you what you are at the beginning here? I am trying to tell you what you are at the beginning here. Yeah, I'm trying to say like, hey, you're gonna get this. Oh, can I say like, that doesn't seem right. Let's see. I don't necessarily want to give ownership of this. This doesn't seem right. Okay, slice iter mute is not an iterator. Okay, expected iter mute U8 to be an iterator that yields U8, but yields mute. Okay, hold on. We're slowly getting someplace. Okay, expected a block. So, oh yeah, a block would be helpful. How did I not have a block? Did I accidentally delete that? Match pub function. This is the function step, and this is the impl, right? Isn't that right? Okay. Anonymous lifetimes and infiltrator unstable. Okay, so it needs an actual lifetime. Okay, we can. Do I put it as the function or here? I don't remember. And then we're not returning anything with that. Cannot mutate immutable variable bytes, which you are. Oh, okay, so I need you to be. Oh, and then that makes it not know what that is. Okay. So I need. Can I make you mutable here? Okay, expected a semicolon. Can't compare mutil U8 with U8. Okay, so next byte. So I don't need you to be a mute. This is all I need. I just need to mutate the bytes itself. So I don't need this. We can just do an into iterator. Expected. All right, so we're gonna do that. Center vec into iterator. It is not an iterator. The trait iterator is not implemented for. Oh, how do I... Okay, so if I take bytes in, and I do... I mean, I could do iter like that. No method name next here. You're right. There is no method name next at this point in time. Okay, so if that continue. I don't think we're doing this. We're finding this push and then we're done, right? Okay, so now we're on to this. So can't compare the byte. So this is a... Can't compare a reference to a U8 with a U8. This is the reference to the U8, so this is just a U8, right? Next byte. Now you are... I do that. Okay. Oh, and then just a ton of warnings. Okay. Okay. No, like, no errors. That's a good sign. Okay, so if we're the next byte, we change our own mode in there, and we return a none. So then we're in the none, so we continue, right? Let me... Save that to a jump list, and we'll go up here and we'll add this to a jump list too. Okay, so let's go. All right, so now I can jump back. Of course, it comes down way down here. So we have our step function and our parse file name. So you are just to verify what this is. We have our break parse file names. Yeah, okay, so we're not done, so therefore we're continuing. Excellent. So I want not loop step. Okay, next up, we're in the header. So when we're in the header, all we're looking for, if we go far enough back, we'll see what we're looking for. So oh, weird. We just did header. Okay. We're in mode. When we're in mode, we're in this thing right here. So I want to look for a space character, and then we're in file name. So we want to yeah, okay, and this was a loop that we were doing here. So I want to loop through another loop. We're going to get the byte, so that's some byte. Otherwise, okay, so if we don't find it, there's another panic. Unable to get next byte in mode. Obviously that exits out. If our next byte is equal to a byte space, then self is going to be equal to self file name. So now we're in file name mode, and we're turning none. So we're good to go. Go on to the next step. Otherwise, keep on going through this. Okay. if we're in file name, if we're in the file name parser, then every character I want to stuff into a vector of characters. Actually, I can just turn this into a char right there and just add it and push it to a string, can't I? So this can be our file name. So that could be just a new string. Why? A new string. I want to loop through. So another loop. We're going to let some next byte. Now every one of these, we have the things to get attributes, and then it's a null terminator at the very end. So that's what we're looking for. So if we get the next byte. So okay, so if we don't get a byte at all, that's a problem. So therefore another panic. Nice, Sylvie just wandered back in. Sylvie. Okay, he's eating. He found his food. I do have a nice little treat for him. When he I'm gonna move him closer to me. When he decides to actually hang out with us. It'll be a nice dessert for him. Okay. I've been waiting to give it to him for like all weekend. I can't wait to see how he likes it. Okay, so panic, error. All right, so this is gonna be error. Unable to get next byte in file name. Okay, so we get that. We now have the next byte, which means that I want to convert this into a character and then append it to the string. So can I do that? Can I just do next byte as character? Like, oh, look at that. There's an ASCII alphabetic, alphanumeric. We could have done that too. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that we had that. Okay, file name. Appends a given string slice onto the end of this string. But that's a stir. Appends a given char. Okay, so I want to push this, so what is it? A stir, standard stir. No, from UTF-8. Was there one that's just from byte? Like, I don't think so. From UTF-8 is that thing. Okay, so let our bytes byte equals byte mismatch type is expected to set type char found a result. So let's just unwrap you because why not? Expected a char found a stir. Oh, you're a stir. Hey, Zilby. Zilby. Psst, psst. Look, Zilby. You want this thing? You want this thing? Come up here. Check this out. It's your gift. He's very concerned about it. He likes it though. There's a little bit of fur on it still. So. All right, well, we'll see. Well, happy New Year's, Lee. Yeah, exactly. So I explained this earlier, but that's our pet store that we go to has a rabbit ears that you can get. So we got a package of those for Zilby. So this is the first time he's ever seen it, and apparently he wants to knock it between the desks. Okay, you knocked it into a place that you can't get to anymore. Are you gonna get it back? He's trying to figure out how to bite it. Oh. Okay, well it's a floor treat now. I'm assuming that he's not gonna jump back up there anytime soon. All right, well, we'll see how he enjoys. I have like the package has like 4 of them in there, so we've got a few more that we can give him over the next few days. It's supposed to be a treat for cats and dogs, so we'll see how he likes it. Okay, so this is a push stir, so I want to push stir like that, and then your bite. I expected a reference if you ate. Found a reference. What? Oh, reference to a. Okay, that makes you happy there. This is all like light blue because it's all this is unreachable. Any code following this match. Okay, yeah. So it's yelling at me about this. Okay, there we go. But now much nicer. Zippy doesn't eat in bed. Yeah, that's true. He's so cute. Yeah, he is really cute. He's like what, 2.5 years old? He's gonna be 3 this year. Where did he go? Did he leave? Hi. You want this? Here, come. Oh, he wants this a lot. Here, come up here. Okay, you could have it. He's really excited about it. Okay, you want? So, okay, so, and then that, okay, but I never end file name stage. Okay, so we loop through here, so unable to get the next byte. I need to check, so I need to check to see, okay, if the next byte, so if the next byte is a null, then I want to do self is now going to equal to self. Okay, after file name, we go into checksum mode. We get the checksum, and then we're going to return a none. Okay, if we get to this point, we get the byte, we push it into the file name. Oh, no. Wait, this is not what I want to do. If I want to break, so we're breaking out of this loop, then here, now we can, okay, now we can do self, you didn't want it, Sylvie? Are you done with it? I have no idea where he went. A yellow dwarf, hello. How are you doing today? We're making our a Git client from scratch in Rust. We're following a guide from CodeCrafters, and full disclosure, this is a partner stream with CodeCrafters. So they have given me free access to it, and they've also given me a link that you can use to purchase it in the case that you liking what you're seeing and you want to try it out yourself. So this is what we're going into. So we're currently reading the tree object. So we're trying to get all the file names out of a compressed file, and it also has a bunch of other stuff in there too, which I guess it has the hash. It has the hashes of the other files, which we're currently not caring about whatsoever. So we're just dropping them. You're doing good. You're watching coding. You want to learn coding in 2024. Would CodeCrafters be a good way to learn coding for someone who never did coding? No. I would say that CodeCrafters is a great challenge to test how good you've learned coding once you've learned it. So I would not even like buy it right now for you. I would keep something like that in mind after you get yourself going a little bit. By the way, when do you decide to use enum versus a trait? Sometimes you ponder on using enum since its method implementation kind of violates OCP. Yeah, so let's see, a trait. So to me, a trait is big on. I guess there's two things. If I want to, with my architect hat on, so like let's imagine I have an architect hat on. And I wanted to ensure that all objects that are implementing this thing implemented with the same methods and it's going to return the same types. I can create a trait and then say, hey, everybody on my team, if you want to do this thing, import this trait on your objects, on your structs or on your enums. And that would now, like, I would now be confident that everything's implemented the same way. If I wanted to put on a, what is it called? Dynamic. If I want to use dynamic dispatch, then what I want to do is I would use traits for that. So I could then box up a import trait and then say, okay, this struct holds a, anything like another struct, but I don't know what type of struct it is. It could be any type of struct as long as it impulls this other trait. Then I would use a trait too. Those are pretty much the two times that I pull out trait creation at this point in time. I might have done it for other things too, but I can't remember anymore. Obviously, implementing traits, like if you need the trait, you implement it, right? But we were talking about making your own trait, right? All right. Also, Yellow Dwarf, keep us up to date on your journey because learning coding is awesome, and I think it's a lot of fun. And I'd love to hear how things are going. So if you want to join our community, we do have a Discord. And we'd love to hear, like, as you're going through it, just let us know how things are going, and we can, like, I don't know how much we can, like, actively help with your journey, but we can do our best to at least be a good ear as you rant about variety of programming stuff. If you had learned coding now by yourself, which language would you choose, and how would you start? If you don't mind your asking, I would start either with Python or JavaScript. And the only reason that I would choose one of those two is because the number of tutorials and courses and other things out there for getting started in this language vastly outnumbers everything else. That's it. And be aware that programming is like, you don't choose a language and it's your main. Start with Spark Assembly. It's the only way. Oh no. Don't do that. Also, hello, Corbob. Yeah, so that's what I would do. Once you get like far enough in with a language that you're like, oh, okay, I can like build something. Like you build one project with like, you know, Python or JavaScript, and then you can play around with other languages, because you will find out really quickly that most other languages are very similar. Like they're not that different. Why not start with brainfuck? There's a reason why that word has a swear word in it. That language has a swear word in it. Step 1, find a Spark system. I mean, already you're in trouble there. Step 2, try to find an operating system that will run on it. I mean, Solaris, right? Step 3, I mean, you probably just quit at step 3. And then step 4, profit by selling it to a bank. Or an old science, like science department. One of those. Okay, so we push a file name. Okay, so if the next byte is that, we break. Okay, so at this point, we are now at mode. No, we're now in checksum. So self is now going to equal to self checksum. And we want to return a sum and a file name. I don't. Yeah, okay, so we return early. Okay. We'll go with you. Awesome, you joined. It would be nice to share what you make with someone. Yes, that's a huge thing, is to be able to share like what you built with something, and like get even if it's nothing more than, yeah, good job, try it, you know, now do it like a little bit harder. Like even something like that could be extremely helpful and motivating. 15 years ago, the college you were attending has a Spark system. When I was a sysadmin, I came in right when we were getting rid of all the Spark systems. Like the last one. And fun fact, we used to have a, in the town that I was living in, there was a bookstore. It was one of these used bookstores, and they just would buy literally anything and then would just put it out in the store to resell it. I found an old Solaris, they had old Solaris operating systems for sale in there. It was hilarious. Job we worked at 2010 had 200 plus Solaris systems. They transitioned to SUSE systems about that time. I remember being told, like, okay, if you go into this one system and we're managing it, be aware that it's Solaris, so everything is a little bit weird. Like you're trying being like LS, and like the variety of little things were like just different. Like just they just made all of the several of the Unix commands that we all know and love were just like just a little bit different. And it was like, wait, what is going on with this? Oh, Solaris, right? They were bulletproof. They stayed up until the hardware burned down to the ground. Yeah, absolutely, which you might do yourself, because also different. They were expensive too. Okay, why am I doing this? So if I try to do this thing, so take a look. We have self. Self is, if we look at our signature here, self is a mutable reference to self. So I want to essentially change what state we are. So I want to change us from, you know, one arm of the enum to another arm. The problem, of course, is that this is a mutable reference to self, and I'm trying to change it to like an owned new version of checksum. So if I dereference it here, I'm basically saying, okay, Rust, go to the place, like don't go to the reference, go to the place in memory that the reference is, well, referencing, and wholly replace it with this thing on the right, which is just the new checksum. So that's why I'm doing that, is I'm fully replacing itself with this new version of the enum. It's one of my favorite tricks when using enums, is that I can now just like, I can basically say, okay, do this thing, and now you have a completely different arm of the enum up where you're calling it, and it just works. Sun's out-of-band management was simultaneously amazing and infuriating. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay. We get that. Return some checked file name. Okay, we're good to go. I just realized that it's 12. Last time I looked at the time, it was 11. Time is flying. I need to take a super quick break and go grab a drink too, because my throat is starting to feel a little bit. So give me like 2 minutes, and I wish Sylvie was here and I can let you be entertained by them. But instead, why don't I can entertain you with evolutionary coding stuff. There. This is what we were working on our afternoon streams last week. So you can see this thing attempt to learn how to fire and hit this thing, which it kind of works, but you'll see what the problem is with it. I will be right back. I am back. Zilby, here, you want this? And Zilby is here again. Zilby, don't get distracted. Take a look. Do you want this side? No? Yes? Hi. Okay. You want to be held? He wants to be held and rub his face all over it. Okay. So if we're gonna do co-working this year, we might need an on-screen Pomodoro. Oh, that could be a project. Maybe after the Git stuff, we'll do that. After some Googling, JavaScript seems to have more general use than Python, which I like, but I also see most results say that Python is easier. I think we'll take, yeah, so, a good way to think about this. Python, okay, so a little bit of history. Oh, are you done, John? Are you done? JavaScript and Python are both pretty old. They've been around for a long time. JavaScript was originally created to run dynamic stuff on websites. So if you've ever used, like in most web pages you go to in your browser, anytime like something interesting is happening, like 99.999% chance that is JavaScript behind the scenes powering that. Long live DHTML, yeah. Python is what we call a backend language. You also hear people call it like scripting language, but don't worry about that. That doesn't really mean anything. What that means though is that Python, like JavaScript, is the only language that can run in the browser itself. Python lives on what we call the server, and it doesn't run in the browser, but it can generate code that runs in the browser. Does that make, like, that might be getting a little bit too much for you. But generally speaking, both can do pretty much anything you want, as long as unless you want to run your code in the browser directly, in which case JavaScript's the only choice. Okay, and then Zilby's off again. Zilby, I'm not going over there. He has this thing right now where he wants me to follow him to very specific rooms in a house and then play with him there. He doesn't want to play where I want him to play, but where he wants to play. All right, let's continue on. Does that help a yellow dwarf at all? But basically, it's a long way of saying Python's great. They both can do things. Like, I wouldn't say that Python is any less use ability. Like, you can do pretty much anything with Python. You can do pretty much anything with JavaScript. Say no to GUI and web. Say yes to TUI. I mean, you could also do that. It's really hard to get non-technical people to choose TUI. They're generally not going, that's not going to be their first thing they're going to try. But JavaScript is really ugly and has some wacky stuff like closures all over the place, etc. And OOP implementation is janky if you want to learn that architecture. I mean, yes, but when you're beginning, when you're first starting learning programming, you're not going to worry about any of that kind of stuff. You're not going to run into it. You need to learn something first, like a foundation, and then you can start learning that kind of stuff. That's the reason why I recommend you learn multiple languages over your life, right? Not just like one. Okay, so if we're in checksum mode, we're just gonna wait. We're just gonna skip 20, right? So for that in 0 to 20, then we do bytes. Next. And then we're going to self is equal to self. Okay, so after that, we're back into mode, and we're going to return a none. Wouldn't TypeScript be better? No, but only, okay, so it's complicated. TypeScript is better for building software, like professional grade software, because of the type system. But if a type system on top of all the other things that you have to learn is just extra complications, I would basically say like TypeScript is like maybe number 2. Like after you learn JavaScript, you learn TypeScript. Yeah, I think you're interested in that. You'll set a goal until the end of the year to learn Python enough to say you're all right in it. You do that with video editing, motion design. Okay, so hey, if you and now that you're, oh, that's amazing. That's awesome. So you know exactly what it's like to basically learn something, and then what that feeling's like. So that's exactly what programming is gonna be like. It's gonna be like the same level of frustration, the same level of everything else, and then you're going to just get through it, and you're like, oh, hey, look, I can do something. Exactly, that's right, Pygmy. Like having taught several classes of in what is it called, in programming from scratch, it's so much harder than most developers realize to get going. And I think that's just because we've been in the world of programming for so long that there's these things that just like have been ingrained into us that is impossible for us to like remember how difficult it was to learn. Like literally just the idea of a variable is not real. It's like so often, if you're not a programmer, just seems like being able to say like, oh yeah, this variable holds stuff. Like it holds like an array of that thing, but it's not real. It's just in our mind. John, hello. Should I wait, you were here before. I said hello already. Well, either way, hello again. Should I learn Rust as a starter language or Python is better? I would recommend Python for now, because not because Rust isn't a good starter language. It's just because there's not very many good Rust courses from scratch. Does that make sense? I think Rust, as of right now, is an excellent second language choice. And beyond, like if you know like 10 languages, Rust will work. Any of the other language will be fine. Like once you know one, you could just jump to any other one pretty much. Someday I might be able to change that, and I might be able to say, yeah, here, take this course and it'll be fine. It will teach you everything you need to know. I need a lot of work on the LMS before I can get to that point. You do one new skill every single year. You also do jujitsu, boxing, woodworking. Oh, so learning a new thing and a struggle in the beginning is awful, but I love the feeling of understanding something after a long time of frustration and confusion. That is such a good mindset to be in. That is absolutely amazing. And that is awesome. Well, I can't wait to hear how this one goes. Okay, so if let error. Oh, it's not an error, it's an option. Oh, okay, so if let sum So really, I don't really care. It's if it's a none. So if let none equals to this, then I want to panic because this is unable to get next byte in checksum. Okay. We do that thing, and then if we're done, we're just gonna return none. Like there's nothing else for us to do. And then hopefully other things should catch that. Okay, so it's a lot of code. We have our jump list. Go to our loop. Okay, so we do this thing. If we're done, we break out of this loop. Otherwise, we continue. We get the file names out. We push them, and at the very end, so after the loop is done, let's print out. So it's just debug the file names. Okay. Absolutely. Glad to help out. All right. What's the chance this will work first try? So, the fact that this is stuck here, we are in an infinite loop. Yay! Oh no. Okay. I don't need any of this tree object stuff anymore. Don't need this bytes to string. We're not using this. Okay. What are you upset about? Done is never constructed. That would obviously cause us to be a problem. Okay, so when we're in file name, okay, so checksum, we go to done. Let's see. What's gonna happen when we're at the very end? Oh, so either at the end of the checksum, we're probably going to run out here, aren't we? So it's probably after the checksum, we probably get it probably returns none, and then we're gonna have to do a self equals we're done. But I'm guessing that that's not true, because this got into an infinite loop and none of the panics happen. Okay, let's I don't want to do a step through it. Debugging time. Okay, so we're going to step through the parser, hand it the bytes iterator, if it matches done, break, otherwise continue. So obviously we're never breaking. So therefore we're always continuing. Unless, of course, it's never getting here. So time for my favorite part, which is we just start throwing in logs and then just sort of tracing through and seeing what's going on. So continuing. So we should have a ton of continuings. Okay, we do. So it's continuing, which means that it comes back to here, and we do step again. So we go into step and we get here and say, okay, I want to see, we never get this panic, right? Because otherwise it would have crashed the system. So we must get to here. And the question is, do we get to mode? So get to mode. And you know what we can do is we can throw a debug on this. And we can say after we get the file name, okay, so when we're continuing, I guess like I don't really need a continue like that, do I? This works, right? Does not diverge. Wouldn't that? Why does that matter? Like if I'm breaking out, I just want to break out of this loop. Else clause of let else does not diverge. Expected type nothing. Oh, expected type exclamation point, found unit type nothing. Try adding a divergent expression or use a match instead of let else. Oh, interesting. So if let tree parser done equals our parser, it's the same problem. So if let tree parser okay, fine. I mean, I could also just return that, right? No, found you. Oh, it cannot be that. So you have to be. Can I do something weird like that? No. Can I do that? Oh, because this is returning. Expected expression found closing. Oh, wait a second. I'm not trying to return anything out here. Huh. Is there any reason I'm doing it this way instead of while let? I couldn't figure out a while let that works really well right off the bat. Also, hello, Crimson Mana. How are you doing today? Okay, so if matches. I was trying to say like, okay, so if this is done, so if you are done, Then I wanted to break yeah, okay, so what would happen if I did a while let some oh, because I have to do this loop here because it might be a none, and a none is okay. Okay, that's the other thing is like it has to be a none, and I do this one thing where I just step out of here. This is like a single thing, it's not a loop in here. Like they do a loop inside of it. I guess we'll just continue. Fine. It works, and I'm not going to yell at it too much. Okay, so I want to see if we get to down here. You're in debug mode, so I want to look at file names. I'm going to look at the parser. Inside of here. Okay, so we see we're going, it's going back and forth between mode and file name forever. Okay, so it's not ever exiting out. And then, okay, so that lets me know what's the, okay, so mode switches itself to file name as soon as it hits a space. I'm doing pretty good. It's nice to have like a longer stream, so I don't have to like I don't have to end after an hour and a half, which is really nice. And then file name switches to if your file name, we get the next byte. If your next byte is a null, break out of the loop. Go to checksum, which is interesting. This is file name to mode, file name to mode, mode to file name. Are you running anything in here? Let's see. So file name's push. Okay, so we okay, so the parser is, I kind of want to see what it's like in the very beginning. So let's do, oh, I controlled C to, wait. Oh, now it's an infinite loop. Wait, didn't I? Oh, that's if it's done. Haha, no, I want that. That would have been too long. It's like, I probably should just like quit out after like 5 loops or something. I guess we could implement our debugger too and like step through, but I dislike stepping through the code. It just sucks. I guess like I've gotten too used to the the debugger in a browser for JavaScript stuff, and it's just so nice in there. And oh, the CLI stuff is not as nice. All right, let's pipe this to bat. Wait. Pipe it to less. What? Debug. Oh, debug. I can't pipe it to bit because debug is going to standard error. Oh, it starts with mode. It starts with mode, which might be okay. So we mark you as header, so then it comes in. Okay, so you come into header and we do our loop and we get the next byte. We definitely get a byte because otherwise we would panic, right? So if the next byte is this, go straight to mode. Otherwise, return a none. Actually, otherwise, continue the loop. So, okay, so we go through header and we get that. Then we go into mode. Mode happens. We get the byte. If the byte is a space, how do you show the implicit types of the variables in your Helix? You can't. Oh, you mean like these things here? It is display this editor LSP display inlay hints, and I have that. I have a copy of this in Helix. There. Which, if you want to see that on YouTube, there is that. Yeah, this is one of the primary reasons why I really like Helix. Okay, so if you're a space, then we're going to file name. Otherwise, we're continuing on. So if we're in, I kind of want to debug out the, like what we have here. So let's try this. Let's do like our let our, I guess like the character is going to be equal to standard. Can I do char from U32 from byte? Standard. It wasn't U8. Oh, it was standard str. Standard str from UTF-8. Get the next byte like that. unwrap you, and then I want to debug out that we are in, let's not debug, let's do a print line. So we're in header, so let's just do header character. Oh, temporary value dropped. I can't do that. Expected to U8, found a reference to U8. I can't like to own to this, right? Temporary value dropped. Okay, can I? Oh, wonder if I can do that. Temporary value drop. Oh, it's this thing here. Okay, so let. Okay, so then they get the character, and then I do that. Okay, so that's this will should print out the header. Okay, so there we go. So we have our tree 338. Excellent. So that's exactly what we expected to have. And if I want this to be a little bit nicer, we can say not that. Use the print there. Chad, hello. Thank you for the subscription. Happy New Year. How are you doing today? I lost you there. What did I lose you on? Oh, I want to do something like this. Add in a loop. I want to say print line header. And then that will give us a new line like that. This will be, then I want the character like this, and okay, so that should be good to go there. Let's try this again. Oh, right, infinite loop. You did not print out the header. You should print out the character, right? It was doing that before. We print out header and the character. Hi. You wanna come up? You want this thing? It's up here. Sylvie, come on. Come on. Okay, you got it. Okay, excellent. Are you done? Are you wander around mode? Okay. Zilby's in wander around mode, but don't be on camera wander around mode. Do you want? Okay, kind of on camera now? Do you want this thing? Okay, so I print line the header, we go into the loop. Let's time we get the next byte. Jim, hello. How are you doing today? Happy New Year. Let's make 2024 a great coding year. Absolutely. Let's do that. Okay, so we don't run into this problem, so we get to you. So if the next byte is a null, we move into mode and we return none. Okay. We'll get the next byte, so we get that out. Character. Okay, so we do that and then we print the character. Do I need... Does print not do what I think it's supposed to do? I get header. If I do print line, oh no. Okay, hold on. I know what the problem is. How do I flush? How do I flush? There's a command for flushing after you run the print macro. Okay, so IO standard out flush to ensure the output is immediately. Okay, so that's what it is. I could lock standard out with IO lock. So we could do IO standard out, either lock or flush. So let's see, after this is done, I print, okay, so we print the character out and then we get to you. I guess let's just IO standard out flush. There. Okay, so we got header tree 338. Okay, excellent. So now, okay, let's do the same thing here. To make sure this goes on to the next character, let's actually add in a print line here. So print line that. So now this should give us, okay, header 338, tree header 338, and then we're done and move on to the next one. And so, okay, now we can use this pattern to do the same thing with mode and see what's going on here. So we'll do a print line mode. If we're in here, we're gonna do a print line, just empty line. Otherwise, we're gonna let, okay, so let's get our next byte out of here. So we'll let our okay, so then this should print out the mode. Okay, let's see what this gives us. So I am getting to this. That's super interesting. Let's take out this debug in here. No, wait, where's my debug? I don't have it anymore. I have mode. Oh, okay, mode and tree. Okay, so mode and. Oh, it's tree forever. Tree forever. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh. We're still in the header. We're in here. This didn't do what I expected it to do. Does the iterator implement clone? No, does the iterator implement copy? So here's what's going on. I'm getting a new iterator from scratch, like from the beginning, every single time. So I'm like, okay, we're done with the header. We printed out everything. So we've called next enough times. And I've moved this iterator over a certain number of times. But when I move into the next loop, I was expecting that this iterator. Oh, I'm creating a new iterator here. Oh, that's why. I need to make sure I create the iterator up here. So evacuate is not iterator. Okay, so I need to implement the iterator up here. Blitz Hets, hello. How are you doing today? Oh, as iter? No, it's just iter. Okay, so that gives me U. It yields U8, expected a U8, found U8. Wait, where am I? I need to be down here. Okay, so if you are giving me a U8 like that, okay, expected U8. Oh, interesting. You're not getting any info back from that command. Oh, so you're not seeing the Nightbot command? Oh, weird. Is anybody else seeing that? I'm not. I guess like YouTube, you see the YouTube, you don't see that at all. Interesting. I see it. Weird. Here is what the command is attempting to do. Excellent, Blitz. You're doing good. We're doing pretty good here. Yeah, I don't know what. I wonder if that's Nightbot is broken, or Twitch is broken. You refreshed. Try it again. After you refresh, see if that works any better. Okay, so some parser step. Okay, so we have bytes here. So expected this to be an iter over U8 that yields U8, but yields reference to U8. Okay, is that... Okay, much better. We're stuck in the same mode. Unable to get the next byte in mode. Okay, take a look at that. So we have our header prints out the tree. Our mode prints out 100644. Ooh, look at that. It's all of them. It's all the different ones. Okay, okay. And then mode nothing. I wonder if mode is nothing. So that means file name. If you're a null, we break. No, right. It's after checksum. So we get the checksum. If let, okay, so then we go through 20 of them, and then if let bytes is none, we're done. Otherwise, we go into mode, but I wonder if there's one more byte left. I wonder if I actually want to go to 21. Get attributes, get ignore, cargo lock, cargo toml, readme, codecrafters.yaml, source test, and then your get.sh, all in, not in alphabetical order. Get attributes, get ignore, cargo lock, cargo toml, readme, code. Oh, wait, this is the right order. Okay, okay. Hey, I think we're getting somewhere here. Okay, so we have it. I think we're doing good. So we can now run. Don't need this anymore. I know, exciting. We're almost to the point where we can push this up and then see whether or not this works. Which it should work, right? Because it's working. Everything shall be get. Yeah. All we have to do is get good first, and then we get. Okay, so we have our file names. What I want to do is I want to loop through the file name and then just print out what the file name is. So that's going to be a simple thing. We're just going to go file names. We can get an iter. We can for each through it. We'll get the name. File name, that will be a return at the end of it, and that's it. Okay, and let's run this. Okay, that's good. I still have header and mode being printed out, so I need to get rid of those. Okay, that's good. I still... Are those prints? That's interesting. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 things in here. How many things are in the file names? Okay, 9 things. That's fine. I'm really curious why there's this big gap and space there. I don't know what that is. In the meantime, let's get rid of all of these warnings. Okay, no more warnings, no errors. We run you. And okay, so let's get rid of that last debug. Okay, this is still odd. The length is 9, and that's how many things this is. I don't think I have any print lines. Let's see. We have the print line for get, unknown command. These are in hash objects. In ls tree, we have that print. Oh, it's from here. Oh, I totally forgot. We have a bunch of prints in here. That's what's causing it. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, let's check this. Yeah, print debugging at its finest. This is the reason why I highly recommend that when you're debugging, we put in labels for all the logs, because then you can go find them easier. Also, Vivex, how are you doing today? Happy New Year. Okay, working. This is working. I can be confident in saying working. And let's push up and see, and we'll verify that it's actually working. An empty print is the worst idea. At least have some string you can grab by. Yeah, that's the label thing. I was doing that for reasons, not good reasons, but reasons. All right, so this is the coolest part about CodeCrafters. So if you like the challenge, that's one thing. Getting the feedback like this is a really cool part about it. It does take a little bit of time the first time to build the I don't know if it's like a Docker container that they're running it in, but it would make sense that it would be. Could also be a Kubernetes, not a cluster, but like a container. Back to all tests ran successfully. Yes. When you do game dev, you actually have a system where the points to the game window, but only with the debug feature enabled. Yeah, I was actually thinking about this. Like, should I put that in for debug feature? But I don't actually know if they run it in debug mode or in release mode. And if they're running it in debug mode, all of those would show out and it would probably not be happy. But okay, this is really cool. So if we go back to the website, read tree object is done, completed, and write a tree object is next. And we've moved up. We're now up to this point. So 4 out of 7, which is interesting because 4, 5, 6. There must be A secret one after this? Interesting. Okay, let's you're all up there. All right, before I do anything else, you know what I completely forgot to do? I meant to publish this to GitHub. We have a repository. Oh, I have to create a repository. I have to install their app. Oh, and they're gonna publish it to GitHub for me. Oh, interesting. I totally didn't do this like I said I was going to. All right. I don't know if I want to do that right now. Oh, we could put it behind a feature flag too. It just seems so much work for like just the little testing things. The reality is I should have just put in a little debug thing in there. Just a label. So it's just a, hey, label it. That would be what I really need to do. All right. So cool. We got a read a tree object done, so we can start working on write a tree object. So let's go on with this. The nice thing with my setup is that the screen print macro takes care of. Yeah, that's the thing, is like if you have a macro set up for yourself already, then like you've done all the work. For me, I don't have that, and therefore it's a lot harder. And a lot harder really just means more work, and more work is things I'm probably not going to do for throwaway code. It's just you have to remember that the code is throwaway and then delete it when it's time to delete it. Now that you know how to read a tree object, let's put your newfound skills to test. Can you write a tree? Here's how the tester will invoke your program. So your get.sh, write tree. You're expected to write the entire working directory as a tree object and print the 40-character SHA. Caveat: unlike the official Git implementation, we aren't going to implement a staging area, the place where things go when you run git add. We'll just assume that all files in a working directory are staged. If you're testing this against Git locally, make sure to run git add dot before git write tree. Interesting. So they do the write tree for everything that's staged. Interesting. To verify your implementation, the tester will read the tree object from the Git directory. Okay, so they're going to read the object directly from the directory itself. Okay. Interesting. I wonder how they're going to figure out what the hash is. So, all right, let's see what we're trying to do. So first of all, we have no changes, so we can go ahead and create a tree from here, but it's going to change every time. So that'll be fun. But this is going to be git write tree, like that. And that writes everything that's in the committed files out. No, this guide is AI. Yeah, so I've not been using this guide, but they have this Rust guide, which is in beta. They have other guides too. Like, for example, that's beta. Are they all beta? Looks like they're all AI generated everything. So I've not been using it because I don't really think that this is, I don't know how helpful this part is. The challenge itself is like the big part to me. So let's take a look at this. In this stage, we'll be writing a tree object. Gets tree objects map to directory structures where each item in the directory has an associated hash, file name, and executable bit. We use most of the knowledge we've used so far, and we'll also need to use several libraries that Rust offers to help us read and write files and directories. To get started, you'll need to use the standard fs library to read files and directories. This library has several functions that you find helpful, such as readdir, which returns an iterator over all the items in a directory, and metadata, which can tell you if the given path is a file or a directory. You're tasked to write a command, your git .sh write tree that writes the entire working directory as a tree object, and print the 40 character SHA. You'll be interested in Rust's standard process command for running shell commands. No, I don't think we're gonna need that, because like we have something to get the SHA already. I guess we could do that. Furthermore, we have used SHA-1 hash in a previous challenge. The hash comments you continue to use it. Yeah, so like this is where it gets weird. Easy solution, just run git. Oh, I probably could. I probably could just wrap git and then just run git and cheat. But you cheat yourself if you do that. Here's how you can go about implementing this. Start by reading the entire working directory recursively. So that makes sense, right? So we want to read the entire working directory recursively. For each item, check if it's a file or a directory. For directories, you have to read their content recursively. So this is like in the previous one, we were only getting the top level names. And this one, it sounds like at least what the AI is telling us is I want, if it's a directory, to get the file in that, but if it's a directory with a directory, keep on going down until it's just files. For each file, write it into a blob object just like you did in the previous stages. Additionally, keep track of its name and whether it was executable or not. Once you've processed all of the items in a directory, including subdirectories, concatenate their SHA-1 hash, name, and executable information to one single string. That's your tree object. Hash the tree object with SHA-1 and write it to a file. The file name, so it's not, I don't hash the SHA-1 and write it to the file, I compress it with zlib. The file name will be the first 2 characters of the hash and the rest, and then I hash that. So like there's some things that are like not exactly correct here. Considering the tests use the real git tree as a comparison, I think that would be needed. Yeah, they did say that they're using the real tree, like ignoring the commits. The caveats here are that the order of entries in tree object matters, and files and subdirectories should be processed in lexicographic order. Rest sort can come to your help here. For any additional support, refer back to the code examples included in these training materials. So the code examples, if you take a look at them, are all other people who have submitted this. So if we take a look at this, like LMJW. LMJW is past this stage, is on, so what, 4? I'm on 5, so is on create a commit now, or clone repository, I can't tell. But, and then you can look through, okay, so this is like most recently done. So, cool stuff. Let's go ahead and jump into this. Oh, nope, that's that. Yeah, also, I don't need that. Also, never answered how it was, just doing good, just doing some drawing some art for your website homepage. Nice. Drawing art is fun. I do like to do that. I don't give myself enough time to practice it, but it's nice to have something that's not screen-based as a hobby. Although I've never practiced drawing like art that goes onto a website or anything like that. Usually like the art that I've been playing around with is just simple art. It's digital art. Well, okay. But if you're doing art for like actually like usage, right? Like it's going on to someplace. So it's like more that feels like more than just like, okay, I'm just going to draw just to like do something and like, enjoy like working on a skill that's not on a screen. It's also just relaxing. Art is relaxing. I have noticed that. Okay, so let's go to source. Okay, so we have ls tree and this is write tree. Is that what this is called? Write tree. Did I put this in the right place? I'm in source. Did right tree. Okay, do I have to restart? Currently, homepage of my website is just a skeleton loader. Ah. Well, I mean, everybody's got to begin somewhere. Okay, so let's have a pub function, right tree. We're gonna need, oh, we probably don't need to take anything in, do we? This is, okay, so we need to now run right tree from main. So if you are right tree, I want to right tree like that, and no rest of arguments. That's the last thing you got to do before site is completely finished. Very nice. It's always nice to like be at the tail end of it and like see the light at the end of the tunnel. All right, so we have you, so we run you. Let's actually go and go back to right tree, and I guess we'll just do a print line for writing tree. And we just want to do this so we can do a cargo run right tree. Just that we can know that that's working. So that is working correctly. So that's good. Okay, so given that, what is the first thing that we're supposed to do? You're expected to write the entire working directory as a tree object. So that's obviously a lot, right? And they're going to go in and take a look at the entire thing. So if we look at now, we don't know. Okay, so test cases. We can take a look at their test cases here. I don't know how helpful this is. Okay, so it creates some files and directories. Okay, so it runs our right tree. Expects a 40 character SHA at the end. And then it runs get ls tree name only SHA. So that's what we have to do. We have to be able to run ours with ls tree, and it has to match like get ls tree. It has to work essentially. Okay. Good to know. So basically, okay, so let's say this is all committed. I can now do a get right tree, and then I want to get ls tree name only. Oh, I completely forgot name only with this hash. So, okay, we have cat file, hash object, init, lib, Oh, because this is where we are. We're inside of source. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, so wait, this isn't as bad as I thought. This is not recursive at all. Let's go back out to the top and let's do get right tree again. Yeah, look at that. Okay, so this isn't all the source type things in here. This is just files and directories. So it's not, the AI is telling me to do something that's way harder than what we actually need to do. I have never done custom stuff for my 404 pages. I either just redirect you quietly to the index, or I just leave a default 404. I probably should someday, like, especially for the LMS, because it's actually production, like people are going to use it. I probably should create like a custom 404 page. That would probably be nice. But okay, this is pretty nice. So basically what I need to do is I need to list out the files and directories. So it sounds like we'll just do this one step at a time, right? I don't need to switch over there. We're over here. So step one, I want to get files and, well, basically we need to like walk through and get like the files and folders. In the current directory. Your 404 page is page not found. I am sorry. And to do, draw a cute robot here. That actually, that sounds really funny. Like you could, if you keep the to do part and then you replace a robot that is like to do, make this page real or something like that. That would be both like really cute and funny at the same time. Okay, I wish my art was like good enough that like people would actually like to see it, but I don't know if it is. I think it's only good enough to share with my family and close friends so far. Let's see, current directory. Okay, so we have to get that first. Now let's see what the AI suggested for this, because I don't know how much we can trust it. So it was suggesting that we use readdir, which returns an iterator over all the items in a directory, and metadata, which can tell you if a given path is a file or a directory. Okay, so readdir actually sounds decently fine. So if I do standard fs readdir, so returns an iterator over the entries within a directory. Okay, so then we need a path, so that and if I start, is it like, I just want it from local. Can I do something like that? Starting from here, let's hand it the path. Okay, so that gives me a read dir, and now what can I do with dir? Oh, it's okay, right. It is this, so we can do a for a dir object in dir. Huh, you're a result. So attempt to get it. Is there an iter? There's an into iter. LHack SRT, hello. How are you doing today? And also G, hello. How are you? Happy New Year. Oh, my main page that I have is this one. So this is the web app that I have out there right now. And it's the one that I have like courses that you can purchase and sell by. Are you making a tree directory display? Yeah, absolutely. Oh no, Vivix, I completely forgot. You said you were going to share that one. Sorry about that. I do have that here. I posted it there. Luckily, it deletes the message first and not like bans you, so I'm happy about that. Andrew, hello. Happy New Year. How are you doing today? Yeah, so anyways, hack, we are definitely making that. That's what we're working on right now. So I wanted to go through, read the directory, and so I need to get this and handle. So you're a maybe direct object. You're a direct object result, aren't you? So I need to handle you in here. Maybe you can try composite design pattern. I would need to remember how the composite design pattern works because I forget how that works. Okay, so let's do if let, okay. You have our dir object equals our dir object result. That gives us our dir entry. Which doesn't tell me much. Okay, so what can I do with this? Dir. Okay, so we can get the metadata. We can get the file name. Returns the file name of this directory entry without any leading path components. Oh, okay. As an example, the output of the function will result in foo for all the existing paths. Okay, so just the name of the thing. And the file type, okay, give me the type. Metadata will not traverse symlinks if this entry points at a symlink. Okay, that makes sense. So let's get... Let's get that, and if I want file name, to owned, I don't think helps. I could into string this maybe. And then let's just debug out the name and see what we got. Okay, cargo to toml, test, your get, sh, target, cargo lock, readme. Okay, we got those. And then if I were to, what was it? It was the most recent get lstree name only. So get attributes, get ignore, cargo toml, readme, CodeCrafters, source, test, and then your get. Oh, interesting. Look at that. They're ignoring target because it's part of the get ignore. Oh, well, that's what it is. Masood, hello. How are you doing today? And Suman, Discord channel name. Thank you, Chantilly. Also, hello, Chantilly. How are you? That didn't make its way over into YouTube, so hold on. Let me fix that. There. A restream bot reposted that into YouTube, so that should work for you, Suman. Okay, so I'm wondering, they didn't tell me one way or the other if like I need to use the git ignore. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna ignore git ignore, and then we're gonna wait for them to tell me, hey, you need to look at git ignore. Happy 2024, yes. Happy New Year, Chantilly. I hope your New Year is going well so far. Ignore the ignore. Yeah, exactly. We're gonna ignore the ignore. We are like my git is far superior to the real one because we don't have like extra complications like a git ignore. It's sort of like one of those, you can't tell me what to do. So I think, so let's see, ignoring that. So we have cargo toml. We have, okay, so if we look at, this is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So 11 things here. .git is ignored. So what, that's 2 things ignored, so git and target. Yeah. Okay, so I think that gives me everything. Now I wonder if I do need to, because it doesn't say. Now, that being said, I'm curious because if I don't use get ls, if I don't use name only on this, and I just do ls tree, are you going to give me, this is what I get. Okay. We get a tree object for source. Which means I do need, oh, that's the thing. I need to write a tree object for source. Which means that it does need recursive. Okay, I do need to recursively do this. Okay. Because there's no way I would get the hash here if I didn't also go into source and then create a tree object there. So that is the thing. What are you? What is this mode? Is this mode actually like the file mode? So, for example, cargo lock, you have this as a 100644. You are a, okay, so 644. So 6 is 4 and 2. Yeah, 6, 4, 4. Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. So that when they say mode, they really do mean that this is the permission structures. And then the last one here is going to be if it's a directory or a file. So it's a, interesting, it's a 04 if it's a file. And if it's a 10, it's a, sorry, Opposite way around. It's a 04 if it's a directory, 10. Is that actually 100? What about this? Your get. Yeah, that's a 100. Okay, so I'll choose. Okay, so we're gonna need to get the permissions too for it. So just to double check this, if I change the mode of cargo toml, I can't remember if it's cargo. Change the mode. Let's do 6. Zero zero. Let's just like remove the ability for anybody to read it but us. No, that's still a 600. And like there's nothing changed here either. Interesting. Okay. So I was able to change our cargo toml is 600 now. So it's interesting. I thought it was gonna pay attention to whatever we set, but it doesn't seem to care. So that's a thing. Okay, so I guess like first steps, because like with anything with like, you know, this magnitude is obviously going to feel a lot. Let's see if we can get the first steps, which obviously we have the name of the files and folders there. And so if it's a file, so I need to know if it's a file or if it's not a file. If it is a file, we'll just go ahead and we need to blob it. We need to write the file. Okay, so let the file name, get that. So I also need to get the type. So really this is, I guess, the file metadata. There's a lot of metadata here. So we have the mode, but that doesn't seem to be right. Oh, is dir true? Okay, so wait a second. Cargo toml. File type is a file type, and then we get the mode. Is dir false? Is file true? Permissions. Okay, when it was modified, when it was last accessed, when it was created, and then we move on to the next. Oh, there's more stuff in here. But the only thing I care about is if it's a file or if it's a directory. That's all. So I want to check to see if it's a file. Okay, so we get the name of it out here. So if the metadata, if the metadata is file, so if you're true, then we'll have an else thing that we're doing here too. So what do we need to do with this? We need to probably create a struct, because there's a bunch of things that happen inside of that file, right? We know that we're gonna have like the right header and all that stuff in there too. It's it's just basically the hash and let's see. Also, I'm getting distracted because I need to go use the restroom. So I am going to leave you with another quick break for a minute or two. You can watch this try to hit the ball again. There's very few things that happen when it hits the ball anyway, so that's a lot of fun. Anyways, I will be right back. All right. 37 times? That's not too bad. I didn't put a limit on the ball, so it just gets insanely fast, and I think confuses the bot, so it doesn't really have any chance, which is sad. Okay, so if we're hitting, okay, so if we're a file, I want to do the entire thing with a file. So not a cat file. I want to hash object. Okay, so I need to hash the object. And the only negative to this is that hash object, which does write this out, doesn't then print it out to the screen. It like prints out here. So yeah, you print the SHA out and then you save the file. So what I really want to change you to do is return a string. And because you may not work, you're either gonna have to be an option string or a result. So if I do like a sum string, then you'll do a sum. Oh, you know what? We should probably do a result. Also, sum doesn't go up here. I want to use the anyhow result. Hold on. We're going to return an okay with the SHA inside. Okay, so if this is returning out of the match, then you are going to run the bail and error out. Okay, so then I think you're okay. Main is going to be unhappy with this. So I want to... I need to print this out. So we're going to print line... Just multi-line this. Okay, so we're gonna get let the checksum we'll unwrap you, and then we will print line the checksum. Okay, so this should still work, but now we can call hash object. So from right tree, if this is a file, we can hash this tree. So let hash. Okay, so we're gonna probably do the same thing. So we'll turn we know we're gonna have to return a string from this eventually, so that means let's throw a to do at the end of here. Okay, so let hash let our checksum equals what is this? It's a blob. It's hash object. Okay, hash object, and then you require the oh, you require these args. Oh no. Okay. That's not great. I need to rip this out and basically not just assume that we're using the dash W. Okay. Because like that's what they're doing always in our code. Aditya KR Codes, hello. How are you doing today? Happy New Year. Okay, so this either I need to hand it. I could also just hand it like an args of 1. I could do that too. Oh, I need to hand it the dash W. And the 1. Okay. So I could hand it. This is not a good idea. I could hand it dash W. And then also, oh, you need to be a string. You're doing great. Excellent. Thank you. Okay, so and then it's gonna be the name, right? So this is now gonna be the name. Okay, so If I unwrap you, we get the checksum. So I probably just want to debug, let's say, file checksum. You're not happy. Oh, because you need this to be a reference. We've already given up the name, so you need to be... We need to clone you. Let's be more specific with that. Okay, so if we write file... Okay, so write tree, expected nothing found result. Because now you have a result. Match arms have incompatible types. Oh, because you taken a tree. Okay, so then want to do this thing. No, you let me do that. So actually I want to do this. So let our checksum equals this thing, and then I want to print line checksum. Okay. Oh, I'm still printing out the metadata. I need to stop doing that. Okay, so there we go. All right, this works. We have our file checksum. Okay, so we have our checksum and file checksum, which gives us okay, and that should write them out. So that should be fine. So okay, this is part of what we need. This is what we need for most of it, but then we have one directory in here, source, which source has only files in it. So we know it's not going to be more than 1 deep, but well, that's not completely true. If we go with target, so we might have to check to see what ignore is saying, but we don't know. Well, no, we do know that it's gonna have to ignore, don't we? Because the... Okay, so what does get ignore look like? It has comments in it. And it has all this type of stuff. But if I can search for the exact name, ooh, I wonder, If I try to do this with target, we're going to run into a problem where it's going to be really big. Although they're never going to see it with target, are they? Didn't they say they had a they have something that lets us run the stuff locally, right? I don't remember where it says that. Oh, Benoist's PyGit article has a section on writing tree objects. Oh, nice. Okay, so performing a commit consists of writing two objects. First, a tree object, which is a snapshot of the current directory, or really the index at the time of commit. A tree just lists the hashes of the files, blobs, and subtrees in a directory. It's recursive. So each commit is a snapshot of the entire directory tree. But the neat thing about this way of storing things by hash is that if any file in the tree changes, the hash of the entire tree changes too. Conversely, if a file or subtree hasn't changed, it'll just be referred to by the same hash. So you can store changes in directory trees efficiently. Yeah, so here's a file of a tree object is printed by cat file, pretty 2226. Okay, so yeah, we see like it has the blob, it has the mode, has the hash or the checksum, and it has the name. Yeah, okay, so one of the odd things about some of the get file formats is the fact that they're kind of mixed binary and text. For example, each line in a tree object is mode space path. So mode space that's not right. As text, then a null byte, then a binary SHA-1 hash. Here's our right tree. Yeah, so like currently only supports single top level directory. Second, the commit object. This records the tree hash, parent commit. Okay, so for a tree object, I need to do the exact same thing. I need to recursively do a tree to go to cd essentially into the directory and then run the command in here. So I probably should have a function outside of here that I can then call and then recursively drop into it. So we should probably just like right now create that, where we're going to have a function. Maybe this will be like recursive write tree, or maybe write tree object, maybe. So if I take in a path, what am I going to return? So I'm going to return a result of some kind. And then something in there. Oh, I'm going to have to return the SHA sum. So this will have to be a string. So what's going to happen in here, so we start with our path. The first thing I have to do is read the directory in here. So we get my directory, and then we iterate through the directory. Why are you upset? The size for value. Wait, path can't be known at compile time? What did I do? Let's see. So let our checksum Right tree object, ended in the path. Question mark you. Mismatch types. Expected path found. Because okay, so you're a reference to path. Okay, so that makes you happy. So then we open up the directory, and then at the end here we have to return an okay. Really, you're going to be a to-do, because we don't have the string yet. Okay, so and then okay, we get this checksum, and then we're going to return that, right? So this is going to be okay with the checksum. Okay, so I mean, you're happy. We're close, right? We're super close to being done. We just have this minor little thing of like, you know, the recursive part. So dir object results. Okay, so enter into iterator. Okay, so we get our directory. We get, if it's okay, we grab out of that. I guess like if this is not okay, I need to probably do an early return. I need to bail. And just said, could not load directory object. And I don't think this will cause a problem, right? Yeah, so far we're crashing because of not yet implemented, the to-do. Okay, so dir object. Okay, so we have our file name. Dir object is file name. Our metadata. Okay, so we get our metadata. We get the name. I think did the metadata have the name too? I can't remember. If it's a file, hash the object, and then we just have access to the hashed object now. We have the checksum for that file, and it's been hashed because it's now been written out to the directory too, which is exactly what you're supposed to do. I'm pretty sure. Okay, so then I want to shove that somewhere. So we're gonna put that into our vector of file names, but with all of the modes and everything else. So we probably need some object, some struct to store this. Because as this shows, we're gonna have something like this. We're gonna have our mode, we're gonna have the type, we're gonna have the checksum, and then we're gonna have the name of the file. So let's do a struct file object. So we have the mode. Let's just make that a string. Let's okay, we have the object type. That could be a string too. Depending on if it's a blob or not. The otherwise we could make this an enum. So this would be a blob or a tree. Okay. Then we have the checksum, which is going to be a string. And then we're going to have the file name. So that's going to be a string. Okay, to make this a little bit easier, let's import file object and give ourselves a constructor. So we obviously have the mode, so far from what I can see, is always the same regardless if it's a file or something else. So I don't need to take in the mode. We need to take in the object type. So the file object type. And most of them are actually going to be blobs or trees, aren't we? So what if we just do this as is file and have that be a Boolean? That will handle the mode. That will give us the object type. We'll have the checksum, which is a string, and we'll have the name, which is a string. Okay, so our mode is going to be highly dependent upon the file object type. Okay, so let's impl object type pub function. Okay, so if I do new and we hand it in is file, so this is gonna be a Boolean. All right, so if is file, then we want self blob. Otherwise, we want self tree. Okay, so we have our okay, so that gives us our object type. Now we can get the mode from this if I add in a mode in here. Okay, so if you're a blob, I want to return. It's always, we've noticed that it is always this 100,644 if it's a blob type. I can also do the two owned at the very end. If you're a tree, we noticed that you're always you're always this. Okay, so now we can get the mode. We have the checksum and we have the name. Okay, so that's at this point in time, if you're a file, we can get the file object. So I probably want to do this out of here. So file object is going to be equal to file object new. Okay, so we have our is file. So that's going to be the metadata is file, so we know that, okay, this is true. We have the checksum, and then we have the name. Else, okay, so if you're not this, we know that you're going to be a tree, and we have to store you. We have to store something. We have to figure out what that's going to be. So, file object. So you're going to be a false. Why are you new with a capital? We have a checksum, and we have the name. Okay, so that gives us this file object here. And so now we have a bunch of these, so we need to store those into a objects. I should probably call that, instead of a file object, a tree object, because it's not really a file object. It's now like a tree object. Let's do that now. Okay, let's also make this derive debug. Okay, so we push out to you, which means in objects. Okay, so at the end of this loop, we now can just debug out all of the objects and just sort of take a look at what we have inside of them. You need to derive debug too. Okay, so there we go. We now have all these, and okay, so we have a blob, blob, blob. These are fine. These are great. Tree. Our tree is target. Okay. And then our other tree is this dot .git. Mr. Swez, hello. How are you doing today? I don't have a time command. Would the time be like how long I've been streaming, or how much time is left in this stream? Because I can imagine that works for both. Like the local time for me. Oh yeah. Happy New Year. No, it's definitely not midnight for me. It is 2:18 p.m. for me. Man command. What would the man command do? I don't have a manual page. That would be really cool to implement, like a manual page. And then they just like dumps out into Twitch chat, and it's like, okay, well, this is what you wanted. It's 10:18 p.m. for you. Okay, so you must be, what is that? That's 8 hours away from me, so that's not as far as like China. Somewhere around Europe, Africa, Middle East, somewhere around there. Sweden. Okay. Yeah, I was correctly right if I like did a gigantic swath of the entire quarter of the planet. Oh, for showing all the commands. I think that'd be nice too. Let me add that in as a command to show all commands. Central European time. Nice. I don't really have like a super good sense of time zones yet. I guess like I could have like, you know, a clock up and like just show the different time zones with like the plus minus for relative to me. That'd be interesting. Okay, so I mean, clearly we're almost there, right? We're really close. It's just that this little tiny detail of the directories. So we should commit with what we have. So this is we are hashing and storing blobs. But obviously next is going to be we have to recall this again, write tree object with the new path. We have to do that for each of them. And so it's been a while since I've done recursion, and this is not tail recursion. This is going to be like really traditional, good old recursion. So basically, if you're a directory here, I need this is going to return a string. Do I have an exit path for this? It kind of does. It has an exit path of like doing the thing. Okay, so what would happen if I just like let the checksum of the tree equals, oh no, I need to update the path first. So let the new path, so this is going to be the dir path is going to be equal to our path. I want to clone it because I don't want to lose it. And then we're going to push into, is it push? Is it join? Then we join in the name. Which gives us a path buff. So I actually want to use a path buff here. Oh, there's no into? Oh. Do I want it to like impl path buff? The path, do that. Path buff. There, let's see. Oh, there was like a path builder, right? There's a way for us to do it besides new. There's like a builder for this? Don't remember off the top of my head. Gosuwachu, hello. How are you doing today? How do these commands work on Twitch? Is there like a bot that listens for them? Yeah, so I have Nightbot set up. Nightbot being, and I'm not paying them, I'm using the free tier for it. So it listens to commands that I've set up. So there's a couple sort of like generic ones that it comes with, and then I've added some custom ones, and they're all just sort of a text replacement. So if you begin with bang and then some name that it's looking for, it'll then respond with whatever it wants. So for example, this CodeCrafters one. So CodeCrafters, I set this one up the other day. So it returns with that. Unfortunately, Nightbot plugs in and is that only showing for me? Can you all see that? I don't believe that YouTube is able to see that response. The unfortunate thing is that this Nightbot command doesn't seem to be picked up by the other bot that I have from Restream, which sucks. So I might want to go to Restream and configure the bot there instead. Or create my own bot. Okay. What is this image in my head? Oh, yeah. Zilby's not been here for a while. That's a cat bed. So Zilby sometimes is our lovely orange cat who hangs around for a little bit of time. He comes down, hangs out with us, super cute, but hasn't been here for like an hour, and then apparently I just forgot and left that up above me. So sorry about that. You get to see where he sometimes sits. I try to bribe him with food sometimes, and that has mixed results. Okay, so let's see. So I go, okay, so get the path. Okay, so I get the path. I get a brand new path, and then I want to get the new hash. Set the checksum. It's going to be equal to write the tree object. We're going to pass in the dir path. And get that, and then you are going to become this new string. Okay, and so you expected not owning that. Okay, and then you expect wire. Oh, yeah, path. Oh, expected 0 arguments. Oh, right, because I think we do path buff. And nope, not that. Then I join like that. Okay, okay. So then this is all synchronous code. It's not. It's going to go all the way down and unwind, but then each of them is going to write out and then do its thing. Okay, so this should work, but I would I am not confident. My confidence level is low that this is going to actually work and not either crash or do something else. 613-4A31. Hello. How are you doing today? Yes, this is Helix. You wish you could understand Rust. It's such a complex language. You're trying to learn the syntax right now, but it's proving to be difficult. Yeah, it's it can be a bit difficult to get into it at first, but stick with it. You'll get it eventually, and feel free to, like, you know, being in communities and be able to chat about it is probably like the best way of learning, because then that helps like the immersion and being inside of it and sort of like living inside of Rust for a while. And then one day it'll just sort of like, oh, we get it. Why do you build your own Git? There is a Git oxide create that implements parts of Git in Rust. Yes, good question. The reason why I'm building my own Git is because it's a challenge. So there's this CodeCrafters thing. I'm partnered with them. They have created a challenge where you can build pretty much like many different things from scratch on your own in whatever language, well, in any of the languages that they support. I've chosen Git because I've always wanted to learn how Git works behind the scenes, and they have a Rust track for this. So that's why I'm building that. The other things that they have here, they have like HTTP server, BitTorrent. This is what John Hu implemented on his stream. DNS, grep, Redis, Docker, and SQLite. So all of them look really interesting and fun, but Git was the one that like called out to me right away. So yeah, this is not for me like actually creating like a Git that I'm going to use like normally for everything else. It's more of a challenge to do. And then every time you push up your changes to their Git repo, it checks and it runs tests against yours and lets you know if you did it. Oh, you've heard of them before in another stream. Nice. Yeah, excellent. So yeah, I have partnered with them. So if you're liking what you're seeing and you also want to go in on this challenge and try it out, it is a paid product. They don't have a free tier from what I understand, and I don't see it. They used to have one of these was free for a while. I think they removed it. That's an interesting icon that they chose for that. Yeah, one of them was free, and I think they removed it, so it's no longer free access anymore. But yeah, I have a link in case you're interested in purchasing, which is in that CodeCrafters for Twitch, and then it's down in the description on YouTube. You feel like this would be an interesting way to do project-based learning? It's super interesting, and something like I've always felt that a lot of these type of projects are not great for like throwing on your resume, because I made a to-do app, I made like a clone of Reddit or something like that. That nobody's gonna care. Like, okay, great, you made that. It's like, I made my own Git, I made my own Redis or SQLite. That I feel like if you personalize it just a little tiny bit, you could throw that code up on GitHub and then also put that on your resume as like, I know how to create that. That seems really nice. The other thing is that this also could be something like if you're trying to learn a new language and you're like a manager, then trying to like get your company to buy it, so that way you can say like, hey, we're all trying to learn Rust. Here, let's all go through this, and just get the company to buy it for all the developers. That would obviously be best, because then you don't have to pay for it yourself. All right. I don't think I feel like I'm missing something. Like I'm missing something, a big thing. I can't. I guess I just don't want to run it. I'm gonna run it anyways. What's the worst that can happen? Okay, so we panicked at hash object. Oh, at hash object. No such file or directory. Interesting. Okay. Oh, I know why. Because I need to tell it where we're going from. Okay, so in hash object, you get in the path. Okay, so you get in the arguments. I think I may need to pull this out into its own function too. Rust would be a tough sell at your company where mostly C++, Python, JS, but I program in Rust for fun. It can be really tough for most companies right now. I think if your company has run into like memory errors, like memory violations, which has caused like which can cause potential like problems at the contract level, I think that's when you start to get like really good momentum for using Rust at a company. An example would be a hospital that I knew. They had written their entire web server in C++, and they were running into shared memory problems where one client would log in and then get another client's medical responses, which is like a huge no-no, and like will cause HIPAA violations like crazy in America. So obviously a big deal. They switched over to Rust because it forced them it basically made that they didn't have to go and find where the bugs were that were like causing it, like the shared memory violations with multi-threading, and they used Actix Web for that one, and bam, everything just like sort of fixed it. Could they have done that in C++? Yes, absolutely. But as they were saying, they needed to be more confident than just a, hey, we're pretty sure it works. Especially if they wanted government contracts. Like you need to be able to prove it. And Rust is one easy way to prove that it has memory safety. Okay, so what are we doing? You're getting this file name. Okay, so I need to pass in we basically need to update this to pass in a path. Because you're figuring this out. Okay, so this entire thing is like, hash object needs to be updated. I'm starting to feel pretty tired. I've been going. How long have I been streaming for? This is my longest stream so far. It's hard to tell. Where's my? Oh, 4.5 hours. Not too bad. I need to work on my what is it called? The words are leaving me, which is how I know that maybe my brain is a little bit too tired. I need a rest. I need to work on my endurance for streaming longer and doing longer coding streams, because I feel like that would be a lot. I would be able to have a lot more energy to be able to do this refactor. Right now, it's like, oh, do I really want to do it? The answer is yes, I do. What I need to do is I need to update the hash function to not take a list of arguments, but take a path, and then have the main function hand it that path and figure that out from it. For this thing, and then I can call this properly from the other function. That's what I need to do. I am super tired though, so I think I'm gonna bring the stream start winding the stream down. How about that? Start winding the stream down and make a note that this is what we need to do. So we need to update hash object to take in a path and go from there. That way we can call this from the write tree function. All right, so quit on you. All right, so let's take a look at what happens when this is not working. So this is, I guess, like a work in progress, but of course it's a work in progress. We are able to collect like file objects when writing the tree. Working on the recursive directory, right? Okay, so if I push that up, CodeCrafters will then run this, and it will then say, "Hey, it got a 101. What happened?" So it tried to run get tree to try to run it multiple times. Oh yeah, so it ran for all these things and it works. Test passed, but then for the very last one, which is write tree object, the code crashed out because we got a no such file or directory, which we already knew because it's trying to do the write on a directory, but the path, it thinks that it's in the same path and it needs to cd essentially in there first to begin with. So essentially the path is not set up right. It is mostly a problem with support for another language internally. It's not great when somebody goes on their own and starts to build a service in something esoteric that no one else knows how to work with. Too much cost to learn and then context switch and then forget. You don't want to be that guy. Yeah, I can get behind that. As I've been a manager at various like jobs in the past, and so I can definitely feel for that. It's only at a certain size of company that you can start allowing any developer to write in any code. And I've never worked at that size of company. But it's that basically I think you would know if you're able to start doing that, because you just start seeing it like explode everywhere. But until then, most companies have to choose a stack and then just sort of stick with it. Okay, so that's pushed up. So therefore, my code is saved up there, and I can like pull that down again later if I need to. Let's see, what else do I need/want to do? I don't know if I have anything else. Let me. Am I following anybody who's coding? Yeah, Coding Garden is streaming. We can raid Coding Garden. CJ is the only one who's streaming that I'm following right now. What is he working on? He's setting up a mono repo with Nix. Oh, that's interesting. That's cool. Yeah, so let's set up a raid for CJ. Raid. And then CJ is also streaming on YouTube too. So if you've know or heard of Coding Garden on YouTube, we can also go and follow him there. I wish they had a raid up for that, but they don't. So what is it? Coding Garden. Raid has been created. Okay, excellent. All right, everybody, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. We did a nice long stream. The plan is, now that my day job has changed and I'm only working 1 day a week at my day job, is to do 3 of these longer streams a week and then work on my endurance, and I'll be able to do longer and longer and longer streams. So eventually I can get up to basically a full day's worth of work for a stream. Well, it will take a little bit of time for us to get there, but the plan is to start tomorrow morning around 10 a.m. or so. I think around 10, maybe 9. I'm not sure. I will put out a notification tonight probably and set up the schedule for that for tomorrow and Wednesday. So with that, I hope that you all have a great rest of your day, and I will see you next time. Bye. And we just sent everybody off on Twitch to hang out. So everybody on YouTube, have a great rest of your day, and see you next time.